Hostia, qué guay el espejo. Buenas noches, Isa. Ya es justo porque acabo de empezar. Joder, va, músicas, macho, más míticas, joder. Va de, por lo que vi, como una cadena de montaje, fabricaron el robot número 1. Y lo traen a esta casa. Es lo único que salió. Horace. Me va a molar este juego mucho.
And so, I was born. The first people I remember seeing were the old man, the old lady, and their daughter, Heather. After they'd said hello, the old man powered me down so he could install some software. I could tell they were nice people. The old man didn't give me a silly voice or stupid personality.
Esos sonidos es de... Así cargaban los juegos del Spectrum.
Although for some reason, Heather really didn't like
El
me.
birip, esos pitidos.
Once I'd had time to get used to walking, the old man asked me to dash from one end of the room to the other.
A ver, vamos a correr. Vaya guay que está esto.
Next, the old man spent a couple of hours building some wooden platforms. He said he wanted me to jump up them, but I must admit, I was scared. It wasn't until I saw Heather and her mother happily climbing up them that I decided it might be okay.
¿Apuestas algo a que van a matar al anciano y a la anciana? Y tengo que rescatar a la niña, ya lo verás, ¿eh? Vamos a hacer algo así. Es que va súper fluido, además el juego, va muy guay.
The old man then rearranged the platforms. He told me to try to reach the other end of the room without touching the floor. Heather said, the floor's made of lava. But when I smiled at her, she just frowned and looked away. The old lady arranged some pillows and blankets. She said it was in case I fell, but I think she just wanted it to look more like lava.
Vale, ahora correr y saltar, vale. Fácil.
When I reached the other side, the old man just smiled and said, "That'll do, for now."
Evolve Adventure. Este va a ser el chungo. ¿O no? ¿Quién es?
A couple of days after those first lessons, the family had a big meal, and I was introduced to everyone else. The professor was the old man's brother. He was very quiet, and always seemed to just kind of stare at me. He had lived with the old man for 5 years. The house was so huge they barely saw each other. He preferred instead to stay in his room, leaving everything up to his butler, Mr. Deck.
Es malo con esas
As he
cejas.
insisted everyone call him, although the professor always called him Anton. For a while, he called me a yellow bastard. But the old man made him stop, as he thought it sounded racist. Mr. Silton was the old man's driver. Before he worked here, he'd gotten in with some bad people and was the
Sí, que
driver
empieza a
in a
ser chungo.
post office robbery, although it all went wrong for some reason. Mr. Silton showed me a video of his band. I'm sure some people must like it, but I just found it terrifying. Then there was Alice. She was the cook. She was a nice old lady. When she was younger, she had been a TV chef. Then, years later, she had a small part in Coronation Street. Mr. Silton
No
said
sé si es nuevo.
before she worked for the old man, Alice was quite a hoarder.
No tengo ni idea. Búscalo a ver si es de este año. Igual es del 2020.
And something about a pool in a shoebox. The next morning, the old man gathered everyone together to show them what I was capable of. What else does he do? Asked Mr. Silton.
Más saber
The
hacer.
old man smiled. He can help around the house.
Curioso,
Could he
sí, sabe.
help me with my newspaper collecting? Asked Alice. I'm not sure that's a good idea, said the old lady, but he can do all sorts of jobs. Yeah, said Mr. Silton, shove a stick up his ass and he can do Deck's job. Now, said the old man, we have company, pointing to some important-looking people. 2 large men, both called Gary, set up what the old man referred to as lasers. He said again, I should try to get from one end of the room to the other, but I shouldn't be worried, as I had a special chip which meant no matter how damaged I was, I couldn't die. He said it was like infinite lives in a video game. But when he realized I didn't understand, he said he would explain another time.
Se parece a una figura de Lego. Ah, vale, no muero, pero vuelvo a empezar, vale.
Everybody clapped, except the important-looking men. Not exactly a cold, calculated killer, is it? Said the man in black. The man in grey laughed. What kind of artificial intelligence was that? He asked. Move right, unless there's something in the way. Okay, said the old man. He turned to me and whispered, they're going to make it quite a bit tougher. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
¡Ay! Mierda, caí.
The Garys then rearranged the room one last time. The old man smiled. Now, there's no need to look so glum, he said. I'm still happy with everything you've done today. So this time, I was determined to do him proud.
Ahora como subo. Ah, vale, no. Mierda. Ay, pensé que pasaba.
The old man's friends actually seemed quite happy when I made it through. We might have a winner after all, said the man in black. It's no Killbot 3000, but you can almost see the fire in its eyes. A couple of days later, the old lady said she had a surprise for me, my own room. She also wanted to play me some music. I wasn't sure after what Mr. Silton had shown me.
Las canciones son todas conocidas, joder. No me doy cuenta de qué es, pero es conocido. Tum, 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 tum.
As if music wasn't amazing enough, the old lady then bought me a television set. I couldn't believe what I saw. I watched everything I could. Comedy, drama, horror, sci-fi. Anything anyone wanted to watch I would happily watch with them. Then one day, the old man set up a small box. He plugged some cables into the television and said, "This is what I meant when I said video games." I played games at every chance I could. I took on everyone. I was unstoppable.
Super Nintendo era eso,
I
creo.
enjoyed music, film, and television. But to me, video games really were the highest art form.
Y Pong, qué bueno. Table tennis for two. Ya, qué bueno, tío. ¡Ah! Honey.
Heather's birthday was a couple of months later. Her mum and dad had bought her a camera and arranged a day out by the sea so that Heather could take some photos, although I really don't think she wanted any pictures of me. When the old man asked the professor if he wanted to go, he frowned and said, "I can't believe you want to spend time with that thing, it could destroy the world." I wasn't sure what he meant, but the old man just smiled and said, "That's what you said
Game
about
Boy.
the Game Boy. Anton, how about you?" "I don't think so," said Mr. Deck. "The last time I got in that car, Barry crashed us into a branch of Woolworths.
¿Qué coche?
I never would have gone into Woolworths of my own accord." The old man explained that the car was old and the brakes had failed, but Mr. Deck was having none of it. So Mr. Silton drove, and Alice came along
Vale,
for
para
the
ir a
fresh air.
hacer foto.
I
Creo que es un
enjoyed
conejo.
being outside. Although, the old lady kept telling me to be careful of the rickety old walkways. It felt like she was telling me off, but I think she was just concerned.
Está claro que el señor, a este señor le va a pasar algo. Hijo, vamos.
As
El
the
único
old
que me trata
man
bien.
and I stood on the cliff tops, I
Y
could
ella,
see
bueno.
something in the distance. I wasn't sure what it was, So I asked the old man. He said it was a battleship that had sunk in the 1940s. But he looked so sad when he spoke about war. I didn't see what happened, but the metal platform Heather was climbing on had collapsed. She was safe, even if the rocks she was on looked very dangerous. The tide was rising, and we didn't know how long the Coast Guard was going to be, so I offered to climb down and get her. The old man agreed, but said I should be careful, as Heather doesn't have infinite lives, like I do.
Vamos a rescatar a Javier. Joder, empezamos bien. Dios. Vale, eso cae. Está guapísimo el juego, tío.
Heather was unconscious, and her leg was broken. So I picked her up as gently as I could. I decided it would be best if I didn't run the rest of the way.
¿Si me mata?
An ambulance had arrived by the time I had made it back to the cliff top. The medics made sure Heather was okay, and then took her off to hospital. A few days later, we all went to see how she was doing. She was fine, but would have to wear the cast for a couple of months.
Hombre, por fin me sonrió la hija. ¿Pero es la hija o es la nieta? Porque si son unos ancianos... Hero, robot, hero... Pues que antes dijo que era la hija, pero es que parece la nieta, joder. Son ancianos. Ahora me hago súper amigo de ella.
Once Heather got to know me, we became good friends. We enjoyed the same films and TV. She was also annoyingly good at some of my favorite games. After a while, she became very interested in how I worked. Soon she knew as much about me as the old man did, if not more. We spent the next couple of months visiting other countries, as when it came to teaching me things, the old man always liked to pick interesting locations. He had explained the basics of mathematics to me at the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Taught me history in the dead of night, surrounded by mysterious giant stones. And even showed me science in action high up in a hot air balloon. This is why I was surprised when the old man took me to a restaurant. It was nice, but it seemed very somber compared to the previous grand locations. He said he just wanted to chat, and this was nice and quiet. Plus it was his favorite place to eat.
Esta canción.
We talked about life, the universe, Douglas Adams, everything really. When I asked him why were we here, why did we exist, he just smiled and said, life is like a game, just don't expect to be finished anytime soon. When I looked puzzled, he said, well, everyone should have a purpose. So I asked him, what's my purpose? He thought for a bit, then said, so you want to be a real boy? Which just confused me even more. Eventually the old man said, for now, I want you to help clean things around the house. I must have looked unimpressed. as he then said, "Okay. I want you to clean 1,000,000 things." It didn't sound like the meaning of life. But I suppose you've got to start somewhere.
Un hombre no puede tenerlo todo. ¿Dónde lo pondría? Descubriendo mi propósito.
The next day, the old man said he wanted to install some more software, so he powered me down. When I came to, he said Mr. Silton had a joke for me, and that I should pull his finger. I don't think I got the joke.
Yo te
So
tiro un
the
pedo,
old
¿no?
man powered me down again.
Ya el
This
dedo te
time
tiras un
when I
pedo.
pulled Mr. Silton's finger, I got the joke. But it wasn't very funny. The old man then explained that he had installed a special chip which allowed me to clean away anything that was broken. He said it also tells me how many things are nearby, and how many smaller things are in a bigger thing. It all sounded very complicated, but he said all I really had to do was pause, and it would bring up all the information I needed. He then said he wanted me to find and clean all of the items in the room. He told me there would be some chains to climb, but that would be nice and easy, as I just had to press up. He then finished by saying, when I had collected all the items, I should come back here.
A ver. Ay, me dejé aquí un libro. ¿Esto? Dijo que había que recoger, limpiar 1.000.000 de cosas, ¿no? O algo así. El coche ese seguro que vale por unos cuantas. Mil. Yo. No sé si no me habré dejado algo aquí. Me había dejado. Bueno, ya está todo, me parece. No, me faltan cosas todavía. ¿Dónde el coche? Ah, sí, había una botella aquí. Y esto. Ya está.
The old man then asked the old lady Heather and I to follow him outside. I was happy too, as it was a lovely hot day. The old man said he was worried that Alice had been hauling
Ah, me lo habías
again.
puesto, vale.
She had filled up a small barn with old bicycles and newspapers. Heather said this would be a perfect chance to properly test my new powers. The old man thought for a second, then said, using the steptoe chip, I should find and clean at least 300 things. When we explained to Alice what we wanted to do, she seemed scared. But after the old lady kindly explained that, well, the barn was starting to smell, she said it would be okay. One last thing, said the old man. If you want to use a door, just push up.
Usar una puerta.
When I was about to enter the old barn, Mr. Silton said he had seen some mushrooms growing inside. He asked me to give him any that I found. He then winked, but I wasn't sure why.
Vaya. Claro, qué cosas. 300 cosas eran aquí, me parece. Cómo me está molando, tío. Mira que sencillo, ¿eh? Bueno, de momento, vamos. Vale, esto me lo dejé. Bueno, pues. Voy a saltar para ahí. Vaya. Toda la chatarra eliminada, pero aquí hay más. Vale. No, me quedé encerrado. Una botella ahí. Ya está toda, ¿no?
The old man was very happy with everything that I had cleaned. But I think Mr. Silton was even more happy with his mushrooms. It wasn't the days getting shorter, or the evenings getting colder. It was the falling leaves that really made me feel sad. As we watched the trees blowing in the breeze, the old lady said, "The leaves must fall before the blossom comes." She had already explained the seasons to me, so for once, I actually understood. But it didn't make me feel any better. The old lady obviously had enough of my moping and said, "Right, next week we're going to have a party." For some reason she insisted that we were all going to wear costumes. Heather was very excited and said, "I've
Yo creo que este luego lleva un gorro. Me suena que verlo con gorro. Tío, qué buena música. Es como la de... Eso, Halloween. Hostia, qué bueno, joder. Hay muchos guiños a cosas antiguas. Mola mucho. Mola, mola. Porque vi a Thorman un día jugar y me llamó la atención cómo es el juego. Me gusta. Y miré a ver cuánto le daban y lo ponían bien. Así que dijo, voy a jugarlo. No tengo ni puta idea de qué va,
At least Mr. Silton was having fun
Mira,
telling
te va a
everyone his
disfrazar.
joke.
No lo sé.
And I suppose Heather's costume was quite flattering. After what seemed like forever, everybody left, and things got back to normal. Heather was allowed to watch a scary film before she went to bed, but I had to help Alice and Mr. Deck clean up.
A limpiar.
I wasn't happy about this,
Iba de
but the old man said if I was quick, then I could watch the end of the film with them.
Vamos allá, a limpiar.
Alice was
¿Sí?
vacuuming, and Mr. Deck was taking down the decorations. So I thought I should clean up the plates and glasses. The ear-splitting sound was the fire alarm. As usual, Mr. Deck blamed Mr. Silton, saying he was probably smoking one of his jazz cigarettes. But then the professor appeared. He said that there was something burning in the kitchen. Alice looked confused, saying that she hadn't cooked anything since the morning. We were all surprised when Mr. Deck opened the oven. Inside was a large black cloak and a slightly burnt pair of men's underwear. Suddenly the old lady burst in. She looked terrified. She kept shouting, "There's someone on the roof." When we went outside, it slowly became obvious that it was Mr. Silton. He was completely naked and playing his guitar.
Oh, desnudo no está,
He
lleva ropa.
shouted down, "When I finish this song, I'm going to fly." The old lady said, "Oh my God, I know this one, there's only about 30 seconds left." The old man then quickly turned to me and said,
Run.
"You know what to do."
Qué guay esto, tío, ¿verdad? ¿Cómo paso por aquí? Ah, vale. A ver si me da tiempo, tío. Ah. No me da tiempo. No me da. Se tira. Bueno, tendré otra oportunidad. Joder. Vamos por aquí. Por aquí.
By the time I had
Oye, ya
made it
estaba.
up to the roof,
Ya estaba
Mr.
casi al final.
Silton was beside the edge. I tried to calm him down, but he was acting even more bizarre
¿Quién es este
than
tío? El
usual.
Silton este. Así es como me ve. Está drogado. ¿Este qué es? El... Ah, vale. Es el de las setas, ¿no? Es el chofer. Va drogado con las setas. Me imagino.
After an hour or so, Mr. Silton was fine.
¿Pero por qué
He
está
said
full?
he
Está
had
congelado.
eaten some bad
Es las
magic
setas.
mushrooms. Part of me wondered why he hadn't doubled in size.
¿Por qué no había duplicado su tamaño?
Still,
Ah, como
he
el
was
Mario
soon
Bros.
laughing and joking with the paramedics. One of them said he looked like the world's worst clown. I don't think Mr. Silton liked that. So he told his own joke.
Del
But
pedo.
that just made the other paramedic call him Marshmallow Marso.
Esto ya no lo pillo.
I don't think he liked that either. But at least he was still in
No, no,
one
este es el
piece.
chofer. Debe estar maquillado o algo, no sé. ¿Esto qué es?
A month or so later, Heather and I were
Ah, vale. Last Adventure. Ah, esto es como el Final Fantasy.
playing video games when the old man said he wanted me to come outside. He said it had been a year since I had arrived, so he had a present for me.
Zapatos. Pone
He
ahí.
placed the teddy bear high up on a wooden platform. He then told me I should try to pick it up.
¿Puedo? No, zapatos ya toco.
Try as I might, I couldn't reach the teddy bear. However, I still don't
Me dará un
understand
doble
what
salto o
happened
algo.
next.
Se muere, ¿ves? Sabía yo que le iba a pasar algo. Me da un infarto o algo de eso, seguro. Pobre. El gorro, mira el gorro. Era el que llevaba el busto. ¿Qué hace? Vaya. Ya da pena, ¿eh? Pinocho. Este es el de las setas. Pobre, joder. Joder, para ser un juego tan sencillo y simple a la vista, joder, da mucha pena, me está dando pena, joder. La música es muy buena, buenísima. Me llevaron. ¿Esto un almacén o qué? ¿Pero por qué hay una bañera? Estos son los días pasando. Las estaciones ya. Los años, me imagino. Buah. Madre mía, qué pasada de juego, tío. Ahí se movieron los continentes, ¿no? Que deben de estar pasando... No sé, miles de años, ¿o qué es esto? No sé. La paranoia. Esto es de un juego antiguo. El Outrun, qué guay.
Was I dead? Was this heaven? It sort of looked like the basement bathroom. It was the shoes the old man was going to give me. I thought I might as well put them on. They were just the right size. The old man's hat fit me pretty good as well. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I wore it. Amazingly, the shoes allowed me to defy gravity. Or maybe it was the hat.
Así iba a coger el peluche, con los zapatos que me daba él. Así tengo que ir para esa puerta.
Part of the basement was flooded, and the stairs had collapsed. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew I wanted to get back upstairs. The gate was locked. I had to be careful. The electricity was going haywire in some places.
Ya, cómo mola, tío. ¿Esto cómo lo paso? Ah, ya sé. No, hombre, no.
How long had I been asleep? Months? Years? I was so confused. Where had everybody gone? I was slightly scared. This was the first time I had been outside on my own.
Silton. Qué bueno, tío.
I knew what I had to do. This had to be my purpose. I would clean a million
Un millón de
things
cosas.
so I could become a real boy. Whatever that meant.
Oh, esta canción es de una película o algo y no me doy cuenta, joder. Es bien chilla. Ya hubo como una guerra, ¿no? Ahí. Esto. Hola. Salí del planeta.
I was surprised to see an old man, but not as surprised as he was. It turned out he was blind. He was kneeling on the floor with his hand in a drain. When I asked him what he was doing, he said his cat had crawled into the pipes, and he was trying to get her out. He was very happy when I offered to help. He said there was no way we could reach her from here, so if I was willing, I could make my way through the sewers and get her from the other end. He said he would turn off the water for as long as possible, but I would have to run, as the pipes would soon fill up again. I happily agreed. So he gave me a key. He said this will open all the sewer gates. Go through here, then down the ladder, and through the big door at the bottom.
The bottom. A ver, voy a limpiar un poco primero.
I better run.
Vaya, joder. Oh. Que si me paro a limpiar, me coge. Ah. Mierda. Joder, no puedo limpiarlo todo. Vale. Joder. Ahí arriba. No me había fijado. ¿Cómo voy por el techo? Tendré que dejarlo para luego. Me quedan cosas. Uy.
I found the old man's cat. She was fine, if a little confused. I was horrified. It looked like me, but it shambled around like something from the film we watched on Halloween.
Pensé que lo podía pisar, pero no puedo. Vale, la salida debe ser por aquí, ¿no? Haciendo café.
The man was happy to have his cat back. He looked so content with her sat on his lap.
La música está
I
muy buena.
told him about the thing I saw, but he just laughed and said, "Those bastard robots, they're always getting up through the pipes." Don't worry though, it'll never get through the big doors. If I had my way, we'd have blown up the lot of them when we had the chance. I wasn't sure what he meant, but I decided now wouldn't be the best time to tell him I was a robot. The man laughed and said, "Don't worry, I know who you are," and told me that he knew the old man. As we chatted, the man brewed himself some tea. He said that he had worked for the old man. In fact, he had lost his sight in one of the old man's factories. Strangely, he smiled at this thought.
You wonder what?
He always did me right, he said. When I had my accident, the old man said he would look after me. And he did. He always made sure I had enough money, and he let me move into this old pumping station on his land. Which reminds me, I have something here for you. He rummaged around behind a cupboard. Then he continued saying, "The old man wanted you to have this when you were old enough, but fate wouldn't allow it." He passed me a large box. It was empty. I thought about pretending to be excited, but the man said, "Wait a minute, it's empty, isn't it?" He slumped back in his chair. "I was robbed a few months ago," he said, almost in a whisper. "It's strange, they took practically anything metal, but left loads of food and a brand new saxophone." The man looked sad, so I thought I would try to change the subject. I told him about my quest to clean a million things. This at least made him smile. He said I was welcome to go back through the pipes anytime I wanted.
Vamos, voy a volver a coger las cosas que me
faltan.
faltan.
Things in there that could be cleaned away.
¿Ya no hay agua o qué? Y sí hay. Uy. Esa parte de ahí arriba, no sé cómo subirme, ¿eh? Lo cogí todo, ¿no? Algo me quedó. La bici. Ahora de la bici nada más lo que me había quedado. La parte de arriba es que tengo que poder saltar más de alguna forma. Ah, estoy en el final. Voy a seguir limpiando por aquí. Pues esta canción es súper conocida también. Pasa, William.
The gate was locked. I would need a key to open it.
Tío, esta música ¿de dónde es, tío? ¿Cómo me suena? Espera, Mira que por aquí puedo. Por aquí creo que ya lo limpié todo por esta parte, ¿no? Queda esto. Uy. No sé dónde ir ya. Hostia. Y es que esta también, esta que suena aquí también es conocida. Ya no sé qué más limpiar, ya creo que lo limpié todo. Agua. Ah, por aquí no fui. Ah, sí, sí fui, sí. Me marea un poco a veces, ¿eh? Ah, ¿suena esta canción? No tengo ni idea. Espera, el saxofón este, si puedo hacer algo con él. Pues ahora mismo no sé a dónde tengo que ir. Ah, bueno, espera, había una puerta por aquí a la izquierda que necesitaba una llave. A ver. Sí, por aquí. Hinchilla. ¿Eh? Toda la chatarra eliminada. Tengo que tener algo que me dé más potencia para saltar o algo. Tengo que conseguirlo, me imagino que más adelante. ¿Cubo? Cubo porque resplandece. Algo me falta, fijo. Algo para saltar más o sabe Dios. Help.
The screaming was coming from one of the bedrooms, but the stairs were blocked by a wall of fire.
Hey. No hay nada, ¿no? Hacia otra puerta. No hay nada, tío.
The people screaming turned out to be a man, a woman, and their children. They were confused and terrified. At first the man looked like he was ready to fight me, but after I convinced them that I was there to help, he calmed down. There was no way I could carry them all at once, so the children went first.
No tiene nada que limpiar.
I dropped the children off at the front door and promised them that I would be back with their parents.
Oh. Ya, ahora no puedo entrar en la puerta donde estaban los padres. No cambió. No puedo pasar. No puedo pasar, tío. No, pues no puedo entrar.
I couldn't leave, not while people were in trouble.
Si hubiera aquí William, seguro que se le ocurría algo. Porque por aquí no puedo pasar. Ah, sí, joder, que pensé que no, que por ahí no se pasaba.
Was getting much worse, so the woman went next.
Ya se va a derrumbar todo con el marido.
When we got to the front door, all the woman said was, "Thank you. Please hurry."
Hurry up. ¿Ves? Ahora ya no hay entrada. Y tiene que ser por aquí. Pues ahora puedo entrar por aquí. Vale, ya está. Oh.
By the time I managed to get back, the man was unconscious. I had to pick him up quickly, as I could tell the house was going to collapse at any moment.
Ya que lento voy, tío. Ahora aparecerá por ahí. Digo yo, que apareceré por ahí con el padre. No me fijé, se le cagan los pies. Ahí está. El Salvador. El Girobot.
I helped the family set up a tent so they had somewhere to stay. The kids were excited as they got to camp outside, but I think they knew they had just lost their home. When I mentioned my quest to clean a million things, the man said I should look through the rubble of the house, as they had no use for it. So, when everyone was making dinner, I looked through the wreckage. There wasn't anything I could clean, but to my astonishment, I found a TV set and a games console.
Qué guay.
With a bit of fiddling I was able to get them to work. So I sat playing games with the kids until their parents said it was bedtime.
Una Super Nintendo.
As we talked, the man opened a bottle of wine. I asked what had happened. Why was everything so ruined? The man looked at the woman, then the woman sighed and said, "There was a war." "Yes, a war," said the man. "One side of the planet attacked the other, and before we knew, it was all over. Everything gone. Everything destroyed." "Well, it's late," said the woman. "We should really get some sleep. Help yourself to anything you need, and we'll see you tomorrow." In the morning, I asked the man if he knew what had caused the fire that had destroyed their house. The man smiled. "Crap old house, bad wiring, constant electrical
Y el niño atrás jugando con el mechero.
power plant. Take your pick." He said, "If we had the money, we'd move to the mainland. But we can barely feed ourselves, let alone buy a new house, so for now we're left here with the rest of the scum." But he did say I should head to the mainland, as there would be plenty there for me to clean, and a better quality of rubbish. The man said, "Before the war, my lovely wife used to be a fisherman." "Fisherwoman? Fishing person?" "I used to catch fish," interrupted the woman, "and, seeing as you saved us all from the fiery end, maybe you would like to borrow my boat to get to the mainland." I was a little scared, but then they gave me some captain software, and I was an old salty sea dog within minutes.
Sería por eso. Pescadores. Pondrían por eso, joder. Bueno, voy a coger un barco. Y me piro de aquí.
I took the fisherman's boat to the mainland. The fisherman was right. Everything was in pieces. Everything had been destroyed. I docked the boat in some ruins. They must have once been a town.
Me quedaron cosas por coger en el otro lado, pero yo creo que no podía cogerlas. A ver, nada por aquí, nada. $20.000 ya. Si hay cosas en el agua, joder. Cosas en el agua que no puedo coger. Me imagino que me irán dando habilidades. ¡Ay! Hostia, ¿dónde voy? Me irán dando habilidades para coger cosas que ahora no puedo. Mierda, no. No pasó nada. No había visto esta puerta antes. Por ahí no puedo girar. Ey, no.
I was confronted by
Oh,
a
un perro.
lovable fat old dog. He almost
desiguales.
looked pleased to see me. Suddenly, 3 men appeared holding large guns. Or at least 2 men and what looked to be a pregnant woman. Incredibly, it was Mr. Silton.
Hostia.
I thought you'd
Pues
been
no pasó
shut
tanto
down,
tiempo.
he said. I mean, it's been years. I'm not really sure what happened, I replied. I then told him about me cleaning a million things. He laughed and said, nothing changes. He then showed me into what was surprisingly a really nice house. Please excuse my husband, said the pregnant lady. I'm Edwina, but everyone calls me Eddie. I believe you know this idiot. And that's Preston. We've met, said the small man. It was me that delivered that thing, remember? All you used to deliver was weed, mumbled Mr. Silton as he put the dog dish on the floor. And I was there that night, when this twat was off his face on mushrooms. Thanks for letting me and the dog stay, by the way. Yeah, well, we like the dog, said Mrs. Silton. And I suppose I've got you to thank for us meeting. What were you giving Barry those dodgy magic mushrooms? She pulled out an old photograph. It was one that Heather had taken the night I had saved Mr. Silton.
Ah, ¿qué es la paramédica ella o qué? Ah, no, es una sonrisa, pensé que lloraba.
It reminded me of everyone else, so I asked what had happened to them. Mr. Silton said Alice had a small place in the countryside. The professor had holed up in one of the old man's factories. Mr. Deck was, believe it or not, now a presenter on the only state television channel. And Heather and her mother lived on a government compound where they both worked. I asked about the old man, surprised that Mr. Silton hadn't mentioned him. He's dead, said Mr. Silton. Sorry, I thought you knew. Anyway, said Mr. Preston, I thought you said that robot thing found the mushrooms for you, in that hoarder's manky old barn. Mr. Silton looked embarrassed. Well, said Mrs. Silton, I guess we've got you to thank for getting us together then. Time for bed, I think, said Mr. Silton. Make yourself comfy, and we'll see you in the
Ah, pues se
morning.
porta bien este, yo pensé que era malo. Ah, pero duerme. Pensé que no dormía este. Pues guay, tío. Joder, tío, todo el juego gira en torno al amor que tenía el robot al señor. Fijo. Pena, tío. No. Hogar es donde está el corazón. Buscando el camino, casa. Línea el anciano.
The next day, I thought it might be a good time to ask
Porque
about
eso
the
sí,
war.
hablan la de Dios, ¿eh?
Judging by the
Yo
look
creo que
on
llevan más
everyone's
tiempo de
faces,
conversación que lo que llevo yo
it
jugado.
wasn't. Well, the war, said Mr. Silton. Barry interrupted his wife. Can I see you for a minute? And dragged Mr. Silton out of the room, leaving me with Mr. Preston. All of a sudden, Mr. Silton appeared. "How about a tune-up?" he said. Mrs. Silton started to make some food, and Mr. Preston was playing
Estaba
with the
jugando el
dog,
perro. Será con el
leaving me
perro.
to chat with Mr. Silton. I said that I really wanted to see everyone else, but Mr. Silton said that it wouldn't be that easy. Traveling now, especially for a robot, is complicated. Go back to the house, you could even do some cleaning. Wait there and I'll work out a way to get you to each of them. I told him that I couldn't get into the main house because the hallway ceiling had collapsed. "I have just the thing," said Mr. Silton, as he pulled some sort of card out of his pocket. "If you can get into the caves under the church next door to the house, you can use this security pass to get into the old man's laboratories. You can get into the main house that way." I was so excited, I would be able to get back into my old room. I said thanks, and made my way to the front door. "Also, I think you might be able to help us out," said Mr. Silton, "but we'll meet up back at the old man's house in a couple of days. You head there and we'll see you soon."
A ver. Si puedo jugar un minutín.
I wasn't sure what to do with this machine. The huge door was sealed shut. I wasn't sure how to get inside. The huge
Algo
door
me
was
dijo de
sealed
debajo
shut.
de la
I
iglesia.
wasn't sure how to get inside. I wasn't sure what to do with this machine.
¿La iglesia dónde está? ¿Era esa puerta o qué coño? No sé, si tengo que dar para atrás. Igual tengo que volver al principio, a ver.
I took the fisherman's boat to the old man's estate.
Pero tengo que buscar la iglesia. Esto es la casa, ¿no? Estaba el ciego. Y ya no me dice nada. Esto debe ser la iglesia, o lo que queda.
As I walked through the old church ruins, I was surprised to hear Mr. Silton calling me. He said he had forgotten to give me something, and the church's community hall
No, lo
would
que
be
se
the
quemó era
perfect
una casa
place to
normal,
try
¿no?
it out.
No sé.
As soon as we walked into the hall, Mr. Silton said he had a present
Ah,
for
los
me.
guantes que me iba a
It
dar.
was a pair
Hola,
of
Megaleoz,
buttons
¿qué tal?
gloves. They made me think of the old blind man with the cat, and his stolen atlas gloves. I wonder if Mr. Silton knew how lucky he was to still have them with a glove thief around.
Una habilidad nueva va a ser
Mr.
esto.
Silton asked me to try the gloves on and
Tirar
start chucking
cosas.
things around. But not him. He was very clear about that. Mr. Silton suggested we clean the hall. Of course I knew when he said we, he meant me. But I was happy to try out my new gloves. He said I should clear everything off of the basket.
Ah, en la cancha de baloncesto estuve antes.
Or caught and put the things on the floor either side. I fiddled with the settings for a bit, but when Mr. Silton saw I was having trouble, he produced a small manual. He explained that pressing down and X
Abajo y
would
X.
pick the thing up. X would then throw the thing,
X para
and if I
lanzar.
wanted to place it on the floor, I should again press
Vale.
down and X. He looked more and more confused as he read all this, but eventually he finished by saying,
Es un
"Well,
robot,
I
tío.
hope that made
Tiene unos
more
zapatos
sense to you
especiales
than it
para
did to me."
caminar por las paredes. Está súper guay el juego, ¿eh? Dices que es una chorrada porque mola mogollón. Dejo que lo limpiara todo, ¿no? San José y la Virgen, ¿no es esto? Mire. Ya está. Vale.
Let's see what else these gloves can do, said Mr. Silton as he flipped through the manual. He actually looked quite excited when he explained that holding X while
Le he pulsado el
walking
tropezar con una
into or
cosa
under
que
a
está
falling
cayendo al
thing
pasar de
will
ya
allow
podría
me to
atraparla.
catch it. I must admit, I was then really happy when he suggested we make it a game, and I try to catch 10
Vale, vale.
basketballs.
A ver. Ah, metí una canasta. Voy a hacer un live.
Next, Mr. Silton suggested we make it a real game and see how quickly I could score 10 baskets. I enjoyed this so much. It felt just like the good old days. Except Mr. Silton wasn't as forgiving as the old man.
A ver. Vaya. Ya está.
When I'd scored 10 baskets, Mr. Silton
Cuando V.
gave me what he
Cuando V,
called the
joder,
high
qué raro
five.
suena eso de V. Eso que le iba a pegar.
He said I now knew everything about the gloves and I should be able to continue through the basement of the church into the house. When I asked him if he was coming with me, he just laughed and said they would catch up with me in the main hall.
como digo. No puedo pasar de aquí. ¿Puedo pasar? ¿Será que me dejé algo? A lo mejor, por limpiar. Ah, no vi esta puerta.
I was stood in a gigantic cavern. When I looked down, I was horrified to see hundreds of corpses.
Robots como yo.
As horrible as it sounds, my steptoe-chip said there were things to clean. So clean that I would.
¿Qué pasa, Osler? Vaya. Agua.
That must be the door Mr. Silton talked about.
No puedo llegar a ella, tío. Ah, sí, así sí.
The door was exactly as Mr. Silton had described it. I just hoped that the card he had given me was the security key and not just some backstage pass. Well, it opened the door, but soon an alarm went off. Something caught my eye. It was a small yellow sphere. The book next to it explained that it was a shield that would automatically take a hit for me when activated. The Y button took the shield in and out of storage, meaning I could save it for when the going got tough. It seemed that I started with 2 slots to carry shields, but I could upgrade to be able to carry more. If both I and the shield died in the same room, the Lazarus chip would bring us both back. It's almost as if the shield needed its sacrifice to mean something. It felt like a true friend, proving that even the simplest of faces can bring out an emotional reaction.
Wow. Oh, me di cuenta yo. Vale, este cubo es para lanzar. Dios, como mola el juego, tío. Es de un robot que tiene que limpiar. Un robot que vivía con una familia y el anciano le prometió que si limpiaba 1 millón de cosas se convertiría en una persona de verdad. Pero murió y estuvo como traumatizado unos años y ahora despertó y está todo cambiado. Esto va a tener que sacrificar un escudo, me parece a mí. Oh, vale. Ya recogí 40.000 cosas. ¿Y esto, tío? Mierda. Vale. Ah, no. Muy bien. ¿Cómo va, tío? Aquí no nieva, tío. Vaya. Ya no sé por dónde tengo que ir. La tengo que palmar. Por aquí. Mierda. Madre mía, chaval, qué chungo esto. Joder, se quedó pillado. Mierda. Estamos jodidos esta parte, No, tío. Voy a coger otro escudo de estos. Ah, no puedo. Solo pillo esto, tío. No sé qué pasa, joder. Ahora. Mierda, tío. A ver, ¿esto cómo va? Vale. Por fin. Mierda, me dejé una cosa ahí. Un martillo. Oh. Vale.
Something literally caught my eye. I remembered the old man had installed some software that helped show me things that were interactive, and how to interact with them. This must be what he was talking about. The electron gun blew the power. I needed to turn it back on, before I could fire again.
Dios, que se calle ya la puta alarma esta. ¿Qué hago aquí? Ah, vale, tengo que darle aquí a la luz. Ah, vale, ya lo pillo. Es que música más guay, tío. Está súper guay, tío.
This seemed quite valuable.
La bola.
The video recorder's blinking light caught my eye. It must have been years since I had seen a film or TV show. Maybe I could take a little break from my quest and watch the film on the tape.
Así era Ghostbusters, ¿no?
As the video started, I was surprised to see the old man. Hello, hello, he bellowed in his familiar tone. This is test number, 107C. He continued as he read from a clipboard. This unit still has 3 major issues. 1. The shell is so incredibly thick that the whole machine is still far too large and heavy. 2. The missile system is too unpredictable and aggressive. And 3. The trade-off between power and intelligence is far too great. I think the military capabilities would be far too dangerous in the wrong hands. I think we would be best to push forward with the Innocence Project.
Eso sí, tío, se pasan hablando, macho. Llevo 1 hora... Hostia, llevo casi 2 horas. Y hablan la de Dios. Ah, era el anciano. Vale, vale. Pero está guay la historia. Me está gustando mogollón. Las músicas molan mogollón también. Me pega. Vale, puta madre. Vale. Los mato. Se la cogió el vuelo. Hostia, qué susto. Y aquí tengo que dar la vuelta. ¡Oh! Joder.
I should try picking that up.
Mierda. $50.000. ¿Esto qué hay que hacer? Ahora tengo que pasar por debajo. O agachado, ¿no? No. Dios, qué lío. Por arriba o por abajo. Mierda, me dio. A ver. Por aquí tengo que hacer que me dé con cojones. Voy a recoger esta parte de aquí. ¡Buah! No voy a poder. No puedo pasar por aquí. Ah, sí, sí puedo, joder. ¿Y a qué juegas? Bonkers Bad Food. ¿De qué va? Me suena mucho. ¿Qué es? No. Me suena mogollón, pero no. Iba a decir uno, pero no es. Es uno de una ardilla o algo así. Es que no sé por qué. De la Nintendo 64. Sí. Es de una ardilla, me parece, ¿no? No jugué nunca, pero sé cuál es. Ah, que tengo... Vaya, hombre. Mierda. Yo es que nunca tuve la Nintendo 64. Una consola que no me atraía, tío, no sé. No me gustaba nada el mando, chaval. Parecía ortopédico. Totalmente. La tenía mis primos, eso sí. Ya, qué susto me dio.
Batteries come in all shapes and sizes.
¿Qué coño es? Ah. Esto que... Ah, es una batería, me dijo, ¿no? Algo así. Ah. Vale, vale. No. Vale. Va. No sé, tío, no me... Yo para los mandos... Igual que el de la Dreamcast, tío. La Dreamcast era un consolón, tío, pero tenían... No sé, tío, un mando... Pero horrible, horrible, chaval. Además con el cable saliendo desde abajo. No. La corbata indica hacia qué lado está el suelo, tío. Sí, bueno, tiene el Ocarina of Time y el Mario, que son juegazos. El Ocarina of Time no me lo acabé nunca, tío. O sea, bueno, es que no jugué casi nada. Juego en emuladores. Sports Highlights. El Mayoras más que... Hostia, André el Gigante, chaval. Qué bueno.
But the other had a recording of the old man. Hello, hello, came his voice again. Right, this is urgent. Cancel the nanobot program immediately. All production to be stopped. Contain the remaining units in these corrosion-proof canisters. Although I'm sure it's obvious, the old man continued. We have discovered that they are essentially unstoppable and controlling intelligence around any object.
Me acuerdo mis primos, chaval. Tenían la partida guardada en el último boss, en el último. Y no lo pasaban y me dejaron a mí el mando. Y según cogí el mando, Creo que el mando tenía un botón por debajo. Según cogí el mando, le di a ese botón sin querer y luego a la y les borré la partida, chaval. No se me olvida eso. Les borré, o sea, el botón de abajo debía ser para borrar y la A para aceptar. Y pum pam, les borré la partida, tío. Según cogí el mando, tío. Pobres. Me olvida eso, chaval. Mi primo al pobre, bueno, nada, quería empezar una nueva. Hostia, qué cosas. No, hombre, no. Joder. Sí, la verdad que sí. Tía, qué suerte tuve, chaval. Mierda. Tío, quedó una cosa ahí pegada también. ¿Cómo la cojo? Joder. No puedo hacer nada. Sí, 2 puntos. Nate, venga, el juego de la serpiente, chaval. A ver si voy a jugar. Droide humanoide. ¿Otro boss? La penita. Pues si lo ves al principio, chaval, que el anciano era el que lo trataba bien y murió delante de él, tío. Sí que da pena. Y se quedó ahí como traumatizado años. Todo guay, chaval. Mira qué música más guay, tío. ¿Qué voy a hacer aquí? Mira, palmé, tío. No puedo pasar por... Ah, bueno, espera, que igual... Vale, vale. Vale, sí. Ah... Madre mía, chaval, ¿qué es esto, tío? Vaya. Bueno, por lo menos no tengo que pasar el boss desde el principio. Madre mía, chaval. Hostia, me dio en el pie, tío, no me jodas. Música más guay, tío. Ah, toma por culo. Sí, es que está triste. ¿Qué hay que hacer aquí? Voy a meter una canasta. Cosas aquí todavía que no sé cómo se pasan. Mierda, no había visto eso.
I needed to get back on the moving lift.
A ver, qué juegazo, chaval. Sí, sí lo jugué el celeste, lo jugué en la Play. Pero joder. Lo que pasa es que me lo acabé con trucos, tío. Hay una opción en el mismo juego para poner vida infinita y todo, y me lo acabé así, tío. Estoy así de triste. Necesito una palanca. No, es que le saqué el platino con los trucos. No puedo hacer nada, ¿no? Mierda, aquí lo mismo, tío.
The door was nailed shut, and my fingers were too large to get a decent grip on the planks. I needed something like a crowbar.
Tiene que estar aquí. Que cerró el directo. ¿Quién? Tú.
My shoes struggled to grip the slippery wall.
Ay,
I
mira qué
had to
guay.
keep jumping to climb it.
Como que no pasó ni media. Vale. Oh, me está encantando el juego, tío. No sé cómo será de largo esto.
No, no, chuckled Mr. Silton. It's all right, we'll claim it on the insurance as accidental damage. Get me a new TV as well. I explained to them that I had found some of the old man's home videos, and the contents had shocked me. The dirty old bugger, interrupted Mr. Silton. But I didn't know what he meant, so I continued explaining about the nanobots, and Mr. Silton said we needed to get our sharpest minds on the case. Not you dipshit, he barked at Mr. Preston, we need to rescue Heather and her mum. I wasn't sure what Mr. Silton meant by rescue, but I thought I would leave them to clear up. The weather felt cold and ominous as we made our way back outside. Before we meet the others, I need you to help me get my stolen van back, explained Mr. Silton. It's going to be dangerous, and we need
tío, ¿por qué no avisas cuando hagas directos? Yo quiero verte.
The equipment was heavy, but I was happy to help pack the large boxes until Preston returned with what Mr. Silton called the mean machine.
La música de este juego es buenísima. No se le ve, solo se le escucha. Bueno, da igual que se le escuche. Oír su voz. All we are is dust. Eso. Todo lo que somos es polvo y sombras, ¿no? Gol del señor Silton. Ah, joder, podría ser avisado. Falta Isa por hacer directos.
But Mr. Silton explained that their old gang members lived around here. Somehow the money went missing when we robbed that post office, he continued. For some reason they thought we'd taken it, but, as he put it, why would we live in such a dump if we had a load of money? Although this clarified things for me, it certainly didn't calm Mr. Preston, who suggested we gotta move on. Don't worry, we'll be a matter of minutes. We just need to send Mr. Chips up there to have a look, said Mr. Silton as he pointed to a window high up the building. Go on, he said with a smile. Off you go then.
Vamos ya. Yo podría coger las cosas un poco más rápido. Según pasa por encima y eso. ¡Ey! Izquierda. Ay, joder. Pensé que eso subía por ahí. A ver. Joder. Mira todo lo que hay aquí. Mira, chaval. 70.000 cachivaches. Hasta 1.000.000 todavía me queda. ¿Qué tengo que hacer? Lo que tengo que hacer aquí. No me enteré lo que me dijo, joder. ¿Pero aquí? Coño, tengo que ir, tío. Ah, joder. Por esa ventana será.
The man didn't look like a thief, but maybe his striped jumper was in the wash. Mr. Silton was certain he'd stolen the van though, so I watched for a moment. But then I heard Mr. Silton climbing up. I was going to speak, but Mr. Silton held a finger up to his lips. He looked incredibly serious for a moment. One swift movement, and we were inside. Mr. Silton whispered that I was to go one way while he went another.
En Twitch no puedes, se supone que no puedes salir borracho ni drogado ni nada, ¿eh? Mira que yo lo hice a veces, lo que pasa es que a mí como no me ve nadie, nadie reporta el canal. Joder.
The piles of junk were all wired into the mains. I suppose it was a good deterrent against thieves.
¿Cómo pasó por aquí? Ah, ya sé. No, hombre, no. Un mando de consola ahí. Ay, hombre.
Alice would have felt at home here, with all the huge piles of junk everywhere.
Hostia, qué guay, ¿qué es esto? Paso por aquí. Ah, ya sé. Sí. La llave. Dos llaves. Hostia. La llavería.
I didn't know which key I should take, so I took all of them.
Mierda.
I finally managed to collect all of the keys.
¿No? ¿Y ahora que tengo que volver o cómo es esto?
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I knew I needed to go back and find Mr. Silton.
¡Oh! Joder, tengo que volver todo para atrás, de verdad. Antes no estaba esto. Ah, prisas.
The old man was pointing an even older gun right at Mr. Silton's face. But the man looked terrified when he saw me. I can still picture his hands shaking as he reloaded his ancient firearm. "This wasn't the plan," shouted Mr. Silton. "It's him or me. Let him have it."
Ah, voy a tener que coger el disparo.
I didn't know what I was going to do when I caught the old man. But I knew I had to stop him.
Sé que tenía que coger los disparos y devolvérselos. Nada, perseguirlo.
If someone dared hurt my friends, they would have to pay.
Y cae sangre, ¿eh? ¿Qué? Parece el final del juego esto.
I kept turning the events over in my mind. Could I have handled things differently? Could I save Mr. Silton without hurting that man? Mr. Preston could see I was upset, and said music was a good alternative to facing up to problems. Come with me, he insisted. I'm going to teach you how to play drums. First, he said, just play the bass drum along with me. We'll see how good your timing is. Play the beat. Mr. Preston asked, were you happy with that, or would you like...
Hostia, qué guay, chaval.
To get a feel for them, continued Mr. Preston. Watch me play the notes as they hit the dock, like this.
Madre mía, chaval.
Now you try. Mr. Preston asked.
Guay, tío. Uf. No se me dio tan mal. Bueno, a ver. 184 fallos. Ya, chaval, pensé que no lo había hecho mal. ¿Cómo lo hice? ¿Cómo fallé 184 veces, tío? Es imposible. Mira qué desastre, voy a repetir. ¿Puede fallar tanto? Posible. Tío, creo que no lo hago tan mal. 96 fallos, tío, no puede ser esto. Voy a hacerlo la última vez, venga. Ah, sí fallé. $29 fallos. Ahora esto es otra cosa. Bueno. Hay que darle justo al momento, me parece. Bueno, sí, me parece no, vamos. Pero yo pienso que lo había hecho bien, joder. Mejor, vamos.
Mr. Silton was patched up, but still pretty angry. He referred to the man as a word that wasn't in my dictionary file. It should have been between coming and cup. I reminded Mr. Silton about going to find the others now we had the van. But he said there was something even more important we had to do first. Mr. Silton explained that it was a good idea that Mr. Logan be released from prison early, and that this wouldn't involve a parole board, but might involve dynamite. Straight away I was apprehensive. I thought only bad people went to prison. I knew Mr. Logan was the guitarist in Mr. Silton's band, but why would we help a bad person? In the end, I think it's only Mrs. Silton's smile that convinced me to
Nunca había jugado a este tipo de juegos,
Mrs. Silton
Bueno, jugué un día hace
present for us
10
when
años
we got
con mis
back.
amigos, pero...
She said she'd been saving her money from her decorating job. I didn't know what I would need money for, but then realized, if nothing else, new games consoles must be out.
Nuevas consolas a la venta
Be
ahí.
careful, said Mrs. Silton with a big smile. Don't rob any post offices, and don't get shot. In the dead of night, it was surprisingly easy to get close to the prison building. Mr. Silton said it was like the Death Star and had a weakness we could exploit. Although I seem to remember the robot getting shot when they did that in the film. But there was no time to worry as Mr. Silton pressed a walkie-talkie into my hand and said, "Good luck."
Un falso amigo y una sombra atenz. O sea, solo mientras el sol brilla. Los amigos siempre son los que parecen. ¿Qué es atenz? ¿Entiende? Voy a ver. Dos horas no, 2 horas y media, ¿eh? Porque solo bebí un café. Pero en cuanto empiece con las cervezas... Tampoco tenía muchas ganas, ¿eh? Pero bueno. Ahí.
It was obvious the security lights would set off an alarm.
Toda la chatarra eliminada. Espera, porque ya había algo que no miré. Puerta. No sé para dónde tengo que ir, tío. Dios, qué lío.
I needed to find somewhere to hide, or the guards would kill me.
Aquí, como, mira, como el Mental Gear, tío, qué bueno. Como me pueda esconder en la caja ya, flipo. ¿Cómo salgo?
According to Mr. Silton, this was the switch that would open the laser door to Mr. Logan's cell block.
Vale. Bloque H. Tirar de aquí. Joder. Ah, ese es el botón de la alarma. Joder. ¡Ay! ¡Fuera, fuera! Perdón. A palmar. Fuerte tú, tío. ¡No! ¿Cómo lo paso? Aquí palmo. Ah, me voy a esconder aquí, puta madre. ¿Verdad? Vale, no pasó nada. Puedo pasar, tío. Tengo que desactivar eso. Ah, control room. No lo había visto. Uh-uh. Venga, vamos a leer, hasta luego. Gracias por pasar.
Mr. Silton seemed to think this would open the cell-block door. Luckily, he was right. La vuelta. ¿Dónde estoy? Un poco perdido ahora mismo. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Logan's cell was locked, but, thanks to my speedy brain, I was able to hack it in seconds. Mr. Logan was not pleased to see me. No one ever was. But I couldn't work out why. However, when I mentioned Mr. Silton, he soon cheered up. We quickly made our way outside. Although I wasn't sure about Mr. Logan's stealth techniques, they were quite different from mine. But someone must have noticed Mr. Logan was missing, as, with a bright flash, we were soon attacked. This still wasn't the plan, said Mr. Silton as he insisted he was okay, and that, no, I didn't need to clean up the trail of blood. He did, however, urge me to take care of the huge tank bearing down on us. piled into the van. Mr. Logan and Mr. Preston took out large guns as Mr. Silton gave me some driving software. It basically explained that one foot pump made the van go, and the other one signaled Mr. Logan and Preston to fire their guns.
Dios, cómo mola. That all the bullets fired led to non-fatal wounds, es fácil luego el juego,
but statistically that was incredibly unlikely. Strangely, I felt too excited and relieved to care. Mr. Silton winced as he clutched his bleeding shoulder and explained how you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. I think broken eggs meant dead people. Sometimes, he said, you have to do whatever it takes to survive, even if that means killing.
But not innocent people,
said Mr. Logan as he stared straight ahead. Eventually, I asked Mr. Logan what he had done to end up in prison, but he just continued staring out of the window. Mr. Preston smiled as he said, I suppose someone should explain. He told me when the war started, he and Mr. Silton had avoided conscription, but Mr. Logan was called up. His unit's first orders were to sweep through a huge urban area, killing anything that moved. The only trouble was, hundreds of refugees had recently taken shelter there. The generals knew that those people were there, said Mr. Preston.
Voy a ver cómo de largo es este juego.
This isn't the time for another one of your conspiracy
Hostia, 13 horas y
theories,
media, su
interrupted
puta madre.
Mr. Silton. Although this obviously annoyed Mr. Preston, he continued explaining how Mr. Logan and another man deserted, and, after a poor attempt to hide in a wooden vaulting horse, the pair of them were caught at gunpoint on a train, whilst trying to speak rudimentary
Decía a ver si me lo acabo hoy del tirón, pero
Mr.
que va.
Logan guided us down a small side street as Mr. Preston complained that he needed the toilet. Mr. Silton asked why we were taking the scenic route while he was trying not to bleed to death. But Mr. Logan gave Mr. Silton a quick glance. You're fine, he said with the faintest of smiles. Soon the night sky was full of twinkling stars, and I was able to impress everyone with my navigation skills. The software was state-of-the-art, but I remember Heather telling me how the ancients had used the stars in much the same way. It always made me smile, thinking about the names she gave the constellations.
The Demented Horse.
It was the middle of the night by the time we got back, but Mrs. Silton was still up waiting for us. Really, again, in the same place, was all she said as she shook her head and tended to Mr. Silton's second bullet wound. Mr. Preston nearly knocked us over as he sprinted towards the bathroom. It appeared that his body had kept on making urine, even though it didn't have anywhere left to store it. I asked Mr. Silton about Heather and the old lady, but he said he was just about to wash his hair. When I asked him again later, he said the main thing was that we'd got Logan and the van back, and couldn't the rest wait until I had cleaned up the band room for him. I didn't know what to say. Everything we had done, everything I had helped him with, I thought it was all to get everyone back together. But now I didn't know what to think. Before I could say anything, Mrs. Silton explained that it was okay if I only travelled on trains and was alone. I must have looked worried as Mrs. Silton smiled and continued, "If you really want these idiots to go with you, they can disguise themselves and catch the next train after you." Mr. Silton was dismissive, and said I'd get nowhere without proper ID. "They'll be stopping robots for even the tiniest of things," he said. "And a robot passport costs a fortune these days." "Well," said Mrs. Silton, "it's a good job I've got this." Mr. Silton looked confused and asked where Mrs. Silton got the money. "Sometimes," said Mrs. Silton, "when God slams a door in your face and shoots you twice in the shoulder, he opens a window." Mrs. Silton explained how Preston had given her the extra money. He said there was good money to be made selling pills and powder to people that distracted them from the world being an absolute mess.
"Bedtime,"
said Mr. Logan as he carried his guitar into his room. Everyone else left one by one, leaving me stroking the dog.
Vaya. Joder. Bueno, no pasa nada.
I awoke to the sound of Mrs. Silton making herself some breakfast. It felt very early, but I suppose it was just that we had gotten so late. Mrs. Silton gulped down her coffee, and with a reassuring smile she said, "Let's do this."
Dios, quiero jugar.
The pedestrian tunnel was far longer than I expected, but it was nice. It gave me a chance to chat with Mrs. Silton.
Es Mario, con la L de Luigi.
She told me she was from an upper-class family, and that her parents had nearly disowned her when she married Mr. Silton. But she said she really was happy being with her husband. And after all, as she put it, he did provide for her in this messed-up world. However, I couldn't help but laugh when she said how much she liked Mr. Silton's band. I steered the conversation onto the topic of the war. She explained she had been a nurse near some major combat, but she looked really sad, so I changed the subject. I asked her if the town was nice. Mrs. Silton smiled, and described it as a wretched hive of scum and villainy. Train tickets cost $1,000, so Mrs. Silton said I should trade in some of the things I'd cleaned so I could afford to travel. However, when we tried the door, it was apparent that the junkyard owner wouldn't be back for a while. So Mrs. Silton suggested I try to earn some money by other means. She said there were plenty of jobs in the town that a robot could do. The largest of the old ladies explained the job to me. I would be drying plates. She explained that old people couldn't afford to retire anymore. so she and her friends had to take menial jobs. All of the old ladies would be throwing plates at me as quickly as they could. I just had to catch and dry them.
Vaya guay, tío. ¿O cuando acaba? A la de abajo a la izquierda no hace nada. Pues 3. No está mal, ¿eh? Mira, no gane $1000, tío. Necesito más dinero. Bueno, ya lo consigo aquí. Otra ronda, no me jodas. ¿Qué lo ponía ahí? El frigapatas excepcional. Uy. Me da bien esto. Pongo. Madre mía. Hostia. 8. Hola, deber de tirar a ellos de platos. Oh. Todo el dedo. Madre mía, tío. Creo que lo estaba haciendo solo ahí al final. 31, ya está. Basta, ¿no? Sí, porque, no sé, igual eran más platos. No es que me hayan dado más. Por romper más. Discoteca.
The rickety old door led into some kind of drinking establishment. But the bartender soon made it clear that, as he put it, they didn't serve my kind here, and that I would have to wait outside.
Arcade, esto me va a molar. Outroom, tío. Me pone de off. Qué guay, chaval. Que la música es parecidísima. Ti, 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 ti. Así es igual. Me parece muchísimo. Al final de la pantalla hay una bifurcación, a ver si lo hay aquí también.
Checkpoint.
Qué guay el sonido, tío. Checkpoint. Igual está un juego entero aquí metido. Se divide en dos el camino al final, ¿eh? A ver aquí si lo hace. ¿Sabes qué juego es este? Uno que va en un Ferrari, un tío y una chica rubia. Muy conocido este juego. Bueno, no es exactamente, vamos, está imitando ese juego.
Checkpoint.
No voy a llegar. Dios, que no llego. Está ahí el checkpoint. No me jodas. Ah, aquí llego. No llegué, tío. Qué pena. That's Invader. Es Invader, claro. Tiene da... Qué pasada, tío. Esto es buenísimo. Vaya, joder. Demasiado rápido esto. Le doy a la de arriba. Zombie Apocalypse. Y clara referencia al Thriller de Michael Jackson. Y Michael Jackson es el de rojo. Que lleva un traje rojo en el videoclip. Licra. Clases de aeróbic. Esto, tío. Mierda. Ah. Volver a empezar. Voy a dejarme morir porque no puedo estar aquí jugando hasta mañana. No me dan, tío, manda huevos. Me disparan, joder. Ya está. Esto será como el Pac-Man, seguro. Todo el cazafantasmas, tío. Qué bueno. Este es el Slimmer, el fantasma. Voy a dejarlo ya porque... Angry es lo mismo, ¿no? Este juego sí es la misma. Hostia, qué guay. Anab Olympics. O sea, que del último, no. ¿Qué tal es? Joder. ¿20 qué? Si no la lancé. Ah, es que estoy dando al botón que no es. Colgó, no me jodas. Todas. Quedo pillado, tío, vaya mierda. Qué susto. Joder, qué malo soy. Poland y Colombia, en vez de Pepsi y Coca-Cola. Puesto de los botones. Ay. Con trending el podio. Ah, esto es lo mismo.
Suddenly, as if by magic, the shopkeeper appeared. "Hello, sir," he said. "If there's something that catches your eye, just pick it up and bring it over to me."
Julian, que sacó el trofeo del juego que le quedaba. O sea, el trofeo del juego. Orbe de escudo. Sistema operativo informático. Acelerar empieza con este si lo quiero. ¿Cómo lo compro? Tenemos cachivaches que están fuera de tu alcance. El mejor amigo de un amo de casa. ¿Cómo lo compro esto? ¿O lo compro? Pick up and take... Ah, vale.
Looking to speed up the cleanup, the fitting room was actually a robot upgrade facility. Once completed, the money was digitally taken from my passport account.
Ahora necesito más dinero. Tendré que secar más platos. Este también me interesaba comprarlo, joder. Pues ahora según paso ya lo coge. Bueno, no.
The foreman explained the job to me. I would be making bricks. The world needed rebuilding and these bricks would more than help. He said I would be on the end of the production line and would be shaping the final part of the bricks. All I had to do was hit the brick in time with everyone else.
Ah, vale. Bueno, solo fallé dos. No estuvo mal, ¿eh? Ah. Joder. Ah, solo fallé uno. Muy bien. Ah, ya. Bueno, nada, no estuvo mal. Ya tengo 3000. Tengo que comprarlo de 10.000. Uf. Vale, aquí también necesitan ayuda.
The post lady explained the job to me. I would be sorting parcels. Many people were now separated by desolate battlefields and needed these care packages to survive. The parcels were either red or blue. I just had to stamp the right ones with the right color at the right time.
Sí, con minijuegos todo, sí. Tengo que hacer aquí. Vale. Madre, qué desastre, tío. Es. Ya dos juntos, Uf, lo hice mal, ¿eh? No puedo pasar al siguiente. ¿Por qué? Tengo que hacerlo mejor. Yo no le di, joder. Ahora parece que es más fácil. Oh, estoy haciendo puta madre. Ah. Fallé uno. Ahora. Tengo que sacar B. Es que lo dijo. Ah, vale. Ay, mierda. Ahí al final 2. Uf. ¡Ah! Hostia, pues lo hice bien. Ay, joder, le di mal a uno. Mierda, tío, lo estoy haciendo bien. Ah, mierda. Qué mal está, tío. Muy mal está, pero fatal. Nace, voy a hacerlo otra vez. Azul, rojo, azul, azul, azul. Ojo. Joder, tío, es que me lío mogollón. Ah, joder. Bueno. Bueno, una vez ahora. A ver si hay más trabajo por ahí. Hacer lo de los platos otra vez. A ver si lo puedo hacer perfecto. Perfecto, 1000. Ya, casi me puedo comprar el billete y lo otro. ¡Oh, Dios! Bueno, 3. Hombre, William. Bueno, una más y ya puedo comprar lo que quiero. Dios. $31 rompí, chaval. Madre mía, qué desastre. Bueno, voy a comprar esto que quería. Hostia, esto es como Mos Eisley. Es de Star Wars. ¿Dónde se compra? Bueno, no me acuerdo ya. Ah, aquí. Insta Clean. Hostia, ¿y esto qué? Pieza de gran calidad para tu... Comprar esto. Succiona los cachivaches que están fuera de tu alcance.
perfect for grabbing junk that's...
Pues igual, seguro. Ahora creo que me tengo que comprar el billete. Es aquí, ¿no? ¿O vale tanto? Ah, no, aquí. Lo que pasa es que para la mujer no hay billete. Igual tengo que comprar 2 billetes, tío. ¿Qué es esto? No, compré un ticket. Claro, es que igual necesito 2 billetes, uno para mí y otro para ella, ¿no? ¿Cómo va esto? Voy a hacer otra ronda de platos, que me mola. Seca. Parece perfecta antes. O por mirar la hora. ¿Sabes? Espera. Yo no sé si tiene que venir conmigo esta tía o no. Tengo 2 billetes. Ah, vale, es que había que entrar, joder.
Mind the doors. The train is now departing.
Mr. Deck's TV studio was deep inside the bombed-out buildings of Big City.
Big City, this is Big City. Mind the doors. The train is now departing.
train made its way to Silton. I could get off here to find Alice.
Sitcom, this is sitcom.
¿De dónde estoy ahora, tío? Creo que me ha dado un paralelo. Otra vez los platos, tío, en serio. Voy a variarlo un poco. Wonderland.
It looked like I would need a ticket to get through the fairground's automatic doors. Now then, said the dirty old man, let's see what you've got. That's a body dazzler.
Porque me
That's
dio...
a body dazzler. Everything else is junk. Go on then, said the younger man, stick everything in Bertha.
Ahora me pagan por todo lo que recogí. 80.000, hostia. Binoculares, detecta el peligro a distancia, nada. Voy a pillar esto, que no sé lo que es. La habilidad de limpieza de gran calidad. Voy a pillar esto.
Clean even the lot.
Los 60 euros los ganas aquí en un día, tío. ¿Qué cojones era esto? Voy a cogerlo también.
Television not included, sir. That cost 2,000.
No, voy a poner un poco de Street Fighter, que hace tiempo que no juego. El rey del ritmo. A ver esto qué es. Electric Paradise. Hostia, qué guapo. Ah, tía. Me paso. Pasó. Vale, lo pondré breves.
I was surprised to find Alice's house was a lot larger on the inside.
¿Dónde es Alice? Estoy perdidísimo ya no sé quién es Alice.
It lacked any color. Curiously, this was a ridiculous amount of stairs for such a small cottage.
¿Qué coño estoy yendo, tío?
How strange everything was. I remember wondering if I had been changed in the night.
Ah, Alicia.
Inside was a beautiful brightly colored field, but there was no
El
way
País
I
de las
could fit
Maravillas.
through such a tiny door.
Ah, ya
On the
veo.
table was a large cake. I'd never eaten anything before, but for some reason I felt compelled to have a taste.
Ahora me hago pequeño. Ah, no. Como lo del Mario.
Suddenly,
Ahora
a large
pequeña.
glass bottle appeared. I don't know if it was all the growing that I had been doing, but I felt like I needed a drink.
Hola, Frankie. En la puerta. Cojones, ¿qué es esto? Voy a coger la estrella, joder. Me quedé sin ella, tío. Va a morir. La paranoia del juego. ¿Ahora qué? Ya que juego. Sí, llevaré 2 semanas o 3 sin jugar. Voy a jugar un poco hoy. Mira, qué paranoia de juego, tío, ya. Está volviendo una paranoia total esto. Estoy totalmente perdido ya. ¿Cómo paso por aquí? Puedo pasar, tío. No puedo pasar. Puedo salir de aquí ahora. Ah, tengo que mover aquello azul de ahí arriba. Vamos a descubrir ahora. ¿Qué es esto, tío? Madre mía. juego está guay, tío, pero es que ahora ya estoy en una zona, tío, que es como muy sin sentido todo, tío, no sé. No, hombre, no. Una hora de espera desde aquí. 2 horas. Va para el otro lado. Mierda. Ya, tío, pero ¿cómo cojo eso? Ahora. Voy a coger el gato, tío. Voy a coger el gato. No, joder, no. Vamos, vamos. Joder, tío. Que me coge. Ahora. Tío. Nada. ¿Qué le tengo que hacer, la verdad? Hostia, qué juego más raro, chaval. Volvió loco este juego ya, tío. ¿Qué tendré? ¿Que llegar hasta la niña? Aquí. Hostia, tío, qué paranoia. Vaya puta locura de juego, chaval. Mierda. Bueno, esto es el final ya, ¿no? Madre mía, tío. ¿Cómo lo paso? Un poco raro esto, ¿eh? No puedo pasar esto. ¿Que llegaste aquí para nada o qué? Puede ser. Tío, ¿qué es esto? La gravedad para que las pelotas no se quemen. ¿Qué pelotas? No sé lo que tengo que hacer, tío. Que encima ahora no puedo salir. Esas bolas que caen por ahí, es que no entiendo, no sé por qué explotan. Joder, tío. Me estaba molando el juego, pero es que ya esta parte sin sentido. El camino a las pelotas es el mismo siempre. Es que no sé qué tengo que hacer ahí, la verdad. Va, unas van por ahí y otras por abajo, pero no, yo no puedo hacer nada con ellas. Me ponga donde me ponga, siempre van por el mismo camino. Creo que hay que hacer aquí un salto. Así, debe hacer que hacer un salto. Así. Vale, ahora me dan uno de estos. Pues mal. No lo puedo coger, tío. Joder. Vale. Que tío, sin esto no puedo pasarlo. Pero ¿y ahora? Ahora para la izquierda, me imagino que será. ¡Uah! No, no, perdí. El salto es este, pero es que es complicado, ¿eh? Ya está. Ahora llego con un escudo. Buah. ¿Qué es esto, tío? Es como el Doom. Y Luis Mancio, sí. Hay muchos esqueletos. Voy mal, seguro. Bueno, pues voy. Ahora no había, macho. Es como el Mario. Vamos, que si ahora muero me dejan al principio del nivel, tío. Llegué. Que me pueden dar algo bueno después de hacer todo esto. Es un poco como el Super Meat Boy, creo. Vale, aquí tira 3 o 4 y para, ¿no? Claro. Joder. Tira 4 y para. Joder. Ah, tío, si no me dio. Joder, se me está complicando, tío. Vamos bien, vamos bien. Mierda, ¿por qué salté, tío? Uf. Es verdad, tira Sonics, ¿no? ¿Tengo que hacer aquí? Ah, vale. Encima me mueve la tele, tío. La vida. Mareando, tío. ahí arriba. Y a 3 vidas arriba. Eso es una carga de juego de Spectrum, ¿eh? Madre de Dios, tío. Está altísimo el volumen de eso. Joder, tío, estoy volviendo loco con este juego, tío. Pero está guay, eh. Quiero coger esas vidas, joder. Joder. Que suena altísimo este volumen, tío. Tío, hace unas cosas muy raras. No es mal, joder. Katy. Madre mía, como el Frogger. Tengo que llegar al otro lado. Es Spectrum puro y duro, tío. Espera, que ahora tengo que traerlo. Fácil. Para. Mierda, la pisonadora, tío. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Por qué morí? Ah, esta era fácil. Last Adventure de Densetsu. Hostia, yo tenía un juego de Spectrum que sonaba esta música. No sé si era el 3 Weeks in Paradise. Creo que sí. ¿Qué voy a hacer aquí? La espada de hielo. Pensé que tenía que encender eso. ¿Qué tengo que hacer, tío? Ah, por aquí. Joder. A morir todas las vidas, venga. Ya ves, vale, ya está. No salgo de aquí, tío. Mate. Estoy mareándome, tío. Aquí me van a dar algo para encender la dinamita, seguro. No. Tiro de aquí. Tengo 4 vidas nada más. Bueno. ¿La música de dónde es? No sé si le estoy dando. No sé si le estoy dando, tío. Bueno, esto es de algún juego, una película o algo. Muere. Yo no entiendo esto. ¿No puedo salir de aquí? Sí, voy a probar eso, sí. Sí, era eso, Julia, muy bien. Es que ahora debe de coger vida, tío, con los corazones. No lo pase. Me da, tío. Cosa más rara del juego, chaval.
Look who I found at the train station, said a distant voice. For some reason they were all dressed as wizards. Oh my God, shouted the voice.
Stop!
Alice explained what was going on, while the man swiftly put my head back together.
Bueno,
And
algo
this is
importante dice en
Sim,
el juego.
said Alice. The man insisted I called him Sim, and
No voy a
apologized
dejarlo, 4 horas y
for
media
attempting
llevo
to
jugando a
hack
esto.
my CPU. Alice laughed and said,
Estoy perdidísimo ya en el
Sim
juego.
tends to sneeze whenever he's stressed or nervous. I was worried you were like other robots. I'm glad you're okay though. I've had mixed results in the past.
In the past.
This is Betty, said Sim, and this idiot is Fluffers.
De la Play.
It's like they're our children, said Alice.
Julián, creo que se me ha
Although
acabado hoy el
it's
PlayStation
strange,
Plus.
it was them
Se
that
acabó
sort of
jugar
found
online ya,
us.
al Street Fighter.
And even before Sim had reprogrammed them, they were kind of nice to me.
O sea, mañana
They
9 de
even
enero.
tried to clean
Creo,
up
¿eh?
some of my rubbish.
No sé si compraré uno de 3 meses.
So,
No lo
said
sé.
Mr. Silton, the reason we're
Bueno, si no se me
visiting is
acabó
our
ya,
little robot friend wants to see Heather and her mum again. Plus he tells me that there's some sort of problem with escaped nanobots in the old house. Alice looked puzzled. What do you need me for then? She said. I'm assuming you've not broken the habit of a lifetime and thrown away Sim's security pass. Sim smirked at Alice. It'll be here somewhere. Mr. Silton smiled. Excellent, he said. Then I presume you've still got that video camera you stole when you were working on Richard and Judy. Sim guided us down a set of basement
El Crash
stairs.
Bandicoot, ¿qué tienes? ¿El
Well,
último o la
thanks to
trilogía?
Alice's quirky
El
hobby,
último tengo ganas de
he sighed
jugarlo
as he
yo.
flicked the light on. We've still got everything. Mr. Silton smiled. Then, he said, I think I've got a plan.
Capítulo 7. Bueno, voy a dejarlo ya. Pues 6 capítulos.
Although I would have loved to have stayed in Alice's picturesque town, it was time to get back on the train and continue my quest.
Ey. Bueno, hice una misión grande, ¿eh? Opciones. Esto guardará solo, digo yo, ¿no? Tres horas pone ahí. Bueno. A ver Street Fighter, ¿eh? Ahora quito y lo pongo.